Okay, I'm opening the regularly scheduled board meeting for August 26th, 2021 at 5 p.m. Let's see, open session. Let's do a roll call. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Present.
Vice President Wong,
Here.
Clerk Venegas,
Present.
and I too am here. Trustee Barnes is en route. With that, let's go to announcements to be discussed in closed session. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2, Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline, case number 2022-01S. Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. E4, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent Performance Goals. And with that, Mario, do we have anyone that would like to speak on closed session?
No public comments received.
Okay, thank you. All right. To closed session. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your patience as the board is in closed session. I just received an update from the board that they will be about another 10 minutes. I just wanted to give you guys an update. We thank you for your continued patience. In the meantime, if you'd like to submit a comment, you can use the chat box or raise your hand and I will add you to our queue. Hi, Danny Langford. I see your hand is risen.
Did you get my request to speak at public comment?
I did. I submitted you to the queue. I'm sorry. I thought I replied. Maybe I just replied to myself. I apologize. But yes, I do have you on the queue.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel.
Mario, this is Daniel from FBI.
Hey there. I have you down and we'll call on you when we're at that part of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
We got the forms out to you guys, I think. Okay. You guys got that?
Do you need this? Do you need that? You're good?
For Washington uniform?
Okay.
Was he kidding? Because yes, no, he is.
Okay, we are back from closed session. Let's see. Where did I put it? Just had it. Yeah, that. I just had it. Oh, okay, I think so. Okay. We are back from closed session. Let's see, let's do a roll call. Trustee Barnes,
Present.
Clerk Venegas,
Present.
I too am present. Vice President Wong. Here. And Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
Okay, everybody's here. Let's do Pledge of Allegiance. Can I have Yorgos? Can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I can. Ready, begin. I pledge
I pledge
allegiance
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Yorgos.
You're welcome.
Okay, announcement of actions taken in closed session. Hang on a second. Yeah. Well, I think it was, yeah. Okay. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Information Received. Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline Case Number 2022-01S. Information received. Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management, information received. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent Performance Goals. And the performance goals are Goal 1, develop and implement a shared vision. Goal 2, establish the foundation of an excellence and equity agenda. Goal 3, provide oversight to ensure effective organizational process and financial management. Goal 4, develop and implement a board plan to ensure effective board superintendent governance. Okay. Moving on. We are at the approval of the agenda. Is there anyone wishing to make any changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? You want to pull, well, okay. Give me a second.
Somebody had asked something to get pulled to President Pizzotti first, but he's gonna wait.
Okay, so with a motion to approve the agenda,
Move.
Wait a second.
moved by Clerk Venegas, second by Vice President Wong. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Vice President Wong,
Hi.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas
Aye.
and Trustee Bardas.
Aye.
All righty, we're good to go. Okay. Communications and celebrations, Jay, there are none. K, association report. Let's go with CSEA, Daniel Gandara. If he is here.
Good evening,
There he is.
Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, and Board of Trustees. I have a short update this evening. I would like to talk about the district's CPP or COVID prevention plan. It was last updated on the website on February 20th of 2021, which was roughly 6 months ago. Since then, we have had new mandates and processes in place from all agencies, CDPH, CDC, Yolo County Health Department, along with others. We've also seen implementations of vaccinations and testings, guidelines change to quarantine guidelines, and we've also seen the district's tree as to quarantining. I bring this up tonight because I'm asking the district, we need a universal we need a universal plan that all sites follow. I'm starting to see too many conversations of this site allows or is saying, you know, a quarantine in this manner and a different site with the same quarantine scenario or the same exposure scenario, but a whole different quarantine. And as for employees, I think we need to know what the guidelines are, because we can't call the human resources department and get one version and then call a director or a administrator at a school site and get a whole different layout. It should be consistent throughout the district, no matter what department or site. I think each site should have a quarantine liaison. How the district does that, that's the district's, responsibility to manage, but they should follow one universal guideline so that it's a consistent conversation. And with that, that's all I have for this evening. You guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Daniel. WSTA report. Do we have Doug Knepp on the phone?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Doug.
All right, great. All right, good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, and trustees. We're nearing the end of August, and it's been really great to see the progress that students are already making. Although the children have clearly been affected by the past year and a half, it's heartening to see their resilience. WUSD educators have been rolling up their sleeves and jumping right into work. We are truly blessed with outstanding teaching talent in this district. I'd like to take a moment to thank you, WUSD trustees, for the special board meeting on Tuesday. It is extremely important that we are able to adjust as COVID conditions change. I believe your recommendation for universal masking is prudent and will likely help us flatten the curve. WSTA has been promoting universal masking since mid-July, when the full implications of the Delta variant began to emerge. We are pleased that WUSD will be taking this precaution, but continue to urge leadership to be proactive with health and safety guidelines. Many districts in California have had this very policy in place since the beginning of August. It would be nice to see WUSD leading the pack in our fight to protect students from COVID-19. This is kind of in conjunction with what Daniel said. I'm hearing from educators in WUSD that we need to do some work in communication and calibration of exposure and quarantine policies. Those of us who are involved in policy and implementation understand YOLO's exposure flowchart. It is becoming evident that steps and procedures are not making their way down the ladder to site administration and educators. And I'm also hearing similar reports of policies being different at different sites, quarantines being different, children being sent back to class at some sites and not at others. I've been receiving emails about symptomatic students being sent to health aides only to be sent back to the classroom. And if our goal is to keep the vast majority of students in schools, we have to be extremely cautious about exposure, especially with the Delta variant. I would like to request that all administrators receive an update and training on the exposure flowchart, and that they do the same for their own staff. This conversation has not occurred at all at many sites, and it could be a simple way to ease anxiety, streamline the process, and eliminate confusion. As I'm sure you're aware, WUSD is still having trouble securing substitutes. WSTA is committed to being a part of the solution of this problem. HR Director Kamaljeet Panu and myself have begun productive discussions on teacher absences and substitute shortages. Our lack of substitute coverage has been an issue for several years. I believe that your vote to increase substitute compensation that occurred last year was a good start to resolving this problem. WSTA recognizes that this problem is not unique to our school district. However, we must look for solutions so that WSD educators are not having to abandon their own students or student support responsibilities to cover an absence. We need all hands on deck to support student learning at this critical time in public education. Finally, I would like to thank those members of the board who have publicly indicated their vaccination status. I understand that for some, vaccination is a hot button issue. However, as community leaders, we hold a responsibility to educate and promote public health in our community. All approved COVID-19 vaccinations have been proven safe by the WHO, FDA, CDC, and scientific community at large. As of yesterday, the Pfizer vaccine received full FDA approval. Moderna's approval is just around the corner. Our community continues to lag behind the rest of California in vaccination rate. The numbers are even more concerning and startling for the 12 to 18-year-old demographic. As the elected leader among West Sacramento teachers, I am proud to share that I am fully vaccinated. I encourage all other leaders in West Sacramento, elected or not, to get the vaccine and then celebrate this miracle of modern medicine publicly. One final item I just want to put out there. This is on an agenda item later tonight. I'd like to formally request that the board pull consent agenda item 06. It's the agreement between Maxim Healthcare and staffing from tonight's agenda. WSTA has not had the appropriate opportunity for consultation in regard to this outsourcing. As you are aware, WUSD nurses are part of our collective bargaining unit. WSTA believes WUSD and WSTA have a mutual interest in securing nurses without having to pay a contractor. Thank you in advance for seriously considering this request, and thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Doug. Moving on now to the public, or not D, but to public comment L. There we go. Public comment L. Is there anyone on the phone, Mario, that wishes to make a public comment?
Yes, we received a request from Danny Langford to make a public comment. Danny, I've allowed you the ability to speak, and you may unmute yourself and begin whenever you're ready.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, Danny, we can.
Good evening. Well, I know I haven't been able to speak to this before because I've actually spent some time with family and friends for a change. I thought it was very weird that the agenda on the June 6th meeting had the superintendent as public employee soup, yet the next day it said evaluation. And before you say I'm wrong, I did screenshot it, so I do have that. While I'm glad you are finally putting on the agenda why she is going into closed session, if there's any changes to the agenda, it should be resent and reposted. Also, you've never reported out that evaluation result, and I'm not meaning the confidential portion of said evaluation, as you are required to do. Now, I also don't understand how the superintendent has been behind closed doors the last two regular meetings under the guise of performance goals. While I'm glad you reported out tonight those goals, I don't understand since June, you've had her behind closed doors for 4 meetings now. The Brown Act does not allow you to just go behind closed doors and discuss anything you want, more than even her annual or quarterly evaluations that you'd written into her contract. You have also a few agendas that things were left off, like board comments, which you did not do that night. And then the following meeting, the union comments were left off, which the president, Kobe Pasati, said you could add at the end of the meeting. You are not allowed to add anything to the end of the meeting. Why were those things not caught before the agenda was even posted? That makes no sense to me. And you can't do it, especially after you've approved the agenda. How do you even consider that? Why aren't these things caught? Why are there errors being made in transmittal? I don't understand. While these may seem like minor things to you, they are Brown Act violations. And if you're willing to go ahead and do those small things, what are you doing behind closed doors when no one's watching? That's not okay. And I'm all about policy and procedure. Lastly, I feel very saddened. The people that willingly volunteer their time, often taking away from family time for 5, 10, 20 plus years in this community that don't even have kids or grandkids in the district anymore, are not needed anymore, I guess, for whatever they have been doing for the last 20 plus years. They're not even given a phone call saying, thank you, we don't need you anymore, nothing. That's horrible. And yes, it's about my husband, who's for the last 22 years been announcing for the football team at River City High School. And it wasn't even given a phone call saying we don't need you anymore. I can't tell you the number of times we've missed family dinners or we come home early from vacations so that he could do that.
Thank you, Danny. That's 3 minutes. Thank you. Mario, is there anyone else on the line?
There's nobody else with a live comment.
Okay, so we did have public comments that were to be read. Oh, I forgot to read the admonition. Okay, I will read it now. Members of the public may address the board on topics of the board agenda, additions to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take any action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against the district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of the members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such, you could be, oh man, I just lost it. My screen shut down, sorry. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil definition. Okay, item 1, Gail Costello. In general public comment. It is my understanding that children ages 14 and under die from COVID at the same rate as children die from suffocation. It may be that babies from newborn to 3 die from suffocation at higher rates, higher numbers than most human beings, but among school-age children, I assume that suffocation is extremely rare. And we know that death from COVID among public school-age children is very rare and almost always attributable to other health factors you do control, like leukemia and obesity. Parents should be making the decision on whether their child needs to wear a mask. But if you're going to assume dictatorial control over your students' bodies, why don't you demand every child with a body mass index over 25 be required to follow a medically prescribed diet? Obesity makes them a likely target for other health issues and illnesses, some of which are contagious. Ashley Jensen, general public comment. Hello, I am Ashley Jensen, a River City High School senior. I would have attended the meeting, but I have a sports practice. School has turned leadership ASB down for any homecoming dance, and I'm hoping for a reconsideration. We have had a difficult past 2 years, and having a mostly normal senior year is important to me and most of my class. A typical homecoming in the gym is unsafe and unreasonable. However, an outdoor one is not. We have many options, such as the football stadium, the blacktop, the soccer field. We have the parking lot or other outdoor venues off campuses. If we need extra safety, it is fairly simple to require a negative COVID test and or a vaccination card at the door to buy a ticket. Considering testing is free at every school site, if masks are needed as well, I know that most students would rather have a masked homecoming rather than none at all. I know for a fact Davis High School, I assuming along with others, already have dances planned. I think it is unfair to take away this memory from our senior class. Thank you. It's a very good point. Christy Jordan, general public comment. I am a WSD employee, but I am submitting this comment as a community member. I am calling on all 5 of our elected school board trustees to share with our community these words from the CDC. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. COVID-19 vaccines have received and continue to undergo the most intensive safety monitoring in U.S. history. Vaccinations reduce a person's risk of contracting the virus. Even with the Delta variant and breakthrough cases, vaccinations are highly effective at preventing hospitalizations and death. I'm asking that all of our school board trustees, as messengers, lead by example, to get vaccinated and to promote vaccinations to bring us all a step closer to moving past the COVID pandemic. Brittany Hansons. This requirement to mask our children outside goes far beyond your reach as a school. My daughter just turned 4 years old this month and is being required to wear masks during outside physical activity as a junior Raider cheerleader. They're required to follow the guidelines of WSD. These kids performed and spent all day at a jamboree that was over 100 degrees just 2 weekends ago. They could barely get enough water to stay hydrated. It was hot. Now you want to mask them? This is child abuse. Anonymous. You know what? I hesitate to read a comment that is anonymous. What say the board? Okay. Anyone?
I mean, it depends on why it's anonymous. There's generally, I don't know. I mean, I haven't read it, so the board needs to see it. So to the degree I don't see it, so either read it or share it with us somehow.
Yeah, how about you say?
Well, the next two are anonymous. So
We can make the decision as board president that it could be anonymous. and maybe not support, you know.
yeah, I mean, okay, I'll just quickly read it. Just want to get this going here. To put it plainly, I don't feel safe at my job. As a VAPA teacher in this district, I see nearly 500 students in a week, already with elementary only. This feels overwhelming. Now you add large classes of middle school students as well this year during a pandemic that is raging in the school age population. And I feel overwhelmed daily, even hourly. When the guidelines were put in place to reopen, my job was not taken into consideration again. As there are very few of us in the district that see that many students, some VAPA and PE teachers, we are once again being overlooked when it comes to the rules, regulations, and what can possibly be doable in a week. Touting minutes over safety and taking into consideration the numbers of students ever. Not only am I at higher exposure to contract and give COVID contract and give COVID this year. But I'm also expected to grade nearly all of those students in 11 different grading periods when my schedule barely allows me time to breathe. This job has gotten more hectic than it has ever been, and workload combined with the number of students I'm exposed to a week, combined with the rising cases and never-ending nightmare of keeping track and being able to know who sits where and who was with who, with 23 classes a week, I'm exhausted. There isn't enough room in this comment to describe how complicated and truly maddening it is to be given more added to my plate in a time when safety should be top priority. I feel like we are overlooked time and time again. Never is our actual job taken into consideration. The sheer numbers of students and grade levels alone should be cause for more flexibility for planning, grading, etc. Especially in a pandemic, my schedule is the most compacted it has ever been. I see more varying ages of students in a day and week than I ever had, with less time between classes. I don't feel heard. I don't feel safe. I don't know how many more possible exposures phone calls I can take before I truly have a breakdown. This is not sustainable in a normal year. In a pandemic, I literally feel like I'm actively drowning and no one in the district management has taken time to listen or help me or other teachers in my position. Okay, anonymous number 2. I wanted to thank the board for their work with getting our kids back to school in a safe way earlier this month, recently adopting the outdoor mask for all as recommended by the Yolo County Public Health is another great step and solidifies the fact that our board listens to science and not what may be popular. We are almost done with this year. We're almost done with year 2 of this global pandemic, and seeing how difficult it is for adults to follow guidance is frustrating. I hope everyone follows the lead of the board and trusts the science, not just for your own health, but to serve as role models that our kids deserve. Lastly, I want to thank the superintendent for her message on equity. I'm excited to see, her work progress so we can have the difficult conversations. As a white person in this country, I ask my fellow white colleagues to stop challenging those who are seeking to be heard. Do the work and let us acknowledge our privilege. We must stop allowing our own fragility to control the narrative. Let those that were deemed minorities in this country have the floor, hear them, and collaborate. Let us focus on the goals of these conversations, not on why their experiences make us uncomfortable or offend you. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to N1. WSD enrollment and attendance update. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and Andre Phillips, Director of Student and Family Support Services.
Good evening. Thank you, President Pizzotti and all the trustees tonight. So in a moment, we'll be putting up a presentation, but the 2021-22 school year began for WSD students on Wednesday, August 11th. As part of the ongoing evaluation of school reopening this year, Washington Unified Student Services will provide a snapshot to the Board of Education where we will cover current student enrollment and attendance. This update shall include current protocols, enrollment numbers compared to last year, student and family supports, and ongoing practices of accountability. Slide, please. So this is a snapshot. I always like to say that this is where we are today. Enrollment is still very fluid. We're still very early in the process. This number was as of the 10th day of enrollment, comparing the 10th day of enrollment last year to the 10th day of enrollment this year. I always like to kind of make sure that everybody understand the comparison. In terms of accountability, it's not necessarily apples to apples. Last year, we were in a virtual environment. It was much more difficult to verify numbers than it is this year. In addition, you can see that compared to last year, so far, we are kind of in a good, not too far off the balance. We're pretty close to where we were last year in the numbers. Last year at this time, we estimated to have 7,488 students. This year at this time, on the 10th day, we were looking at 7,468 students. That is a minus, but it's only a slight minus. And compared to previous years, it's much less minus than we've had in the last 4 years, which is a good thing. So we're hoping that this will continue. And hopefully, just so you know, there are students still enrolling every day. We also have some students that are outgoing or we haven't been able to verify, which get dropped. So that process is still it's still going on, and it is fluid. So the numbers will be changing here for a couple of weeks. We're hoping to come back here down the road with a more solid presentation of enrollment and trends. Also, just as a note, oftentimes when you see enrollment numbers at Washington Unified School District, the numbers sometimes separate the Washington Middle College High School because they are a dependent charter. So there is a note on the bottom so that you're aware. These numbers, these total numbers that I've included here also include Washington Middle College High School. This year, their overall count is 179 kids as compared to 167 last year. And for the next slide, my colleague, Dr. Andre Phillips, will take over and go from here.
Well, thank you, Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Moisich. So I wanted to give you just a brief overview of our enrollment process. As Assistant Super Moisich mentioned, enrollment is happening on a daily basis. But in this process, I want to talk to you a little bit about how we reconcile the numbers that are in our student data system, known as ARIES. So for instance, on August 11th, if it says we have 7,500 students, we want to make sure that we have 7,500 students, and we want to make sure that they're all accounted for. So how we go about this process is, one, capturing all the students who've actually shown up to school and those students who have not shown up to school, or we call our no-shows. The moment that we get the list of our no-shows by site, our outreach specialists, homeschool liaisons, and secretaries are on the phones calling these families and finding out where our students are. And at the end of each day, we look at the daily enrollment and see if we've can reconcile some of those numbers, and we have a no-show accounting by each site. As we move into the 4th, 5th day and beyond, we start canvassing the neighborhoods, and our outreach specialists are doing home visitations. So if they can't get a hold of them via telephone or emails at various times of the day, they start going out and knocking on those doors to find out where our students are and making sure that we get them into schools, or to find out whether or not they have moved on to, outside of the district or outside of the county. Next slide, please. So you saw the other slide of the overall numbers. I wanted to give you a couple of ways of some comparative data here. Obviously, we have 2020 and 2021. So if you look here, you can see by grade level, across grade level, where we are in terms of grade level. So for instance, if you look at TK, this year on the 10th day, we have 85 TK students. Last year on the 10th day of school, there were 68. So we are sort of a plus 17, which is a good thing. We have more students. However, what I really want you to look at is this other piece of data, sort of a linear kind of a data. For instance, if you look at our kinder, you see this year we have 518 kinder. Yes, that's more kinder than we had last year. But if you look at that 506 kinder that we had in 2020, they are now first graders. And if you look in 2021, in first grade, we have 541 first graders. So some of those kinders that we might have lost last year, they're either back or additional first graders are here. So we're at a plus 35 there. So you can look at that on each and every grade level. So I'll let you just look at that for about 5 seconds, and then we'll move on to the next slide. All right, can we move to the next slide? So this is our 4th through 8th grade, same thing here. You can look at cross grade level or, for instance, you can look at our 5th graders in 2020, we had 534. They're now 6th graders, we're at 533. So, in that sense, we're down 1. Next slide. So let's look at the high school here. So you look at the 9th graders there and you go, wow, that is a big disparity there. This year, we only have 628 9th graders. And last year, we started off on the 10th day with 680 9th graders. But here's the thing you want to look at. Look at those 9th graders, the 680 9th graders last year in 2020. They're now 10th graders. We have 685. So we not only kept those 680, we added additional 5. Now, another point to look at is, yes, we only have 628 9th graders this year. Can you go back one slide? So when they were 8th graders, we had 573. So we still made a gain of about 55 9th graders this year. All right, continue, please. And as you can see also, if you look at the 11th graders, we had 590, and as seniors on the 10th day, we dropped to 552. So that's something that we're going to look at and see where those additional students have gone. But this just gives you sort of just a snapshot, because we're probably in day 11 or 12 now, and those numbers may be different. And as we move on to the next couple of weeks, we can probably do another analysis, and they will be different. Next slide. So one of the things that we really wanted to push this year, and Superintendent Hildreth has asked us to do, is really look at an attendance initiative, like really look at pumping up our kids and getting them excited about coming to school. So we work with our partner A2A and ask them to help us out and and give us some advice or some tips and things that we could do. One of the things is the leadership messaging campaign. So using, hopefully, I hope they've already done that, interviewed the superintendent and getting her message out to all of our families, and letters will go out to them regarding attendance and the importance of attendance. We're also allowing our sites to have some attendance incentives. Some of our students like that extrinsic reward. So, our sites will be able to buy some school swag, certificates, possibly do some shout outs over the all call and some positive messages through Catapult Connect. And we just really want them to be very creative in the way that they can, capture these kids and have them come back to school. And as we know, September is Attendance Awareness Month. So we want to pump it up even more and, hit our social media platforms and just putting the word out that, I don't know about you, maybe school is cool or something, I don't know. I know at Riverbank, it's otter be there. So, we want to do that. We want to make sure that if we go into our SchoolWorks toolbox, elementary and middle schools can print out banners and have attendance awareness campaign badges and just anything and any excitement that we can do to get our kids to come to school. We want to do that. Next slide. And our next steps. First, I want to say that, man, we have an awesome outreach team. They do a lot of things on campuses and behind the scenes that no one sees. They're always calling and finding out what they can do. They're meeting with their admin, their staff to find out how they can support their students and staff and the parents. And these are just some of the things that we're doing. Our outreach, I will say, we're very excited again because we have 11 outreach specialists. And right now they're all excited and they're doing an awesome job. And one of the things we did was make sure that we deployed or positioned them in the schools that need them the most. Especially when we're looking at our attendance, that's first and foremost. And then of course, they do a lot of tier 1 interventions where they're checking in with students and doing little one-to-ones and motivation. But I think the most important thing that they do is building those strong and supportive relationships with students, staff, and of course the families. Our social workers, again, we hope to build that up to 8. We have 6 so far, and they will continue to take the lead for our SEL, for our students' social emotional support. They, up to this 10 days now, they have been doing, providing crisis support, especially surrounding some of our kids who might have issues surrounding, their COVID, and how they navigate that if they are in quarantine, and being able to adjust to that. One-to-one counseling, they do their check-ins, whole class presentations. I will tell you, our social workers, prior to school starting, they did a SEL workshop, building strong communities. And on September 1st, they have another SEL workshop, trauma-informed care for our staff. And on September 28th, they will have another workshop. And then somewhere in between, we're working on doing our first parent university. And so we're excited to do one of those at least once a month. And that's what I have. Next slide. And there we are. And as it says there, support makes the difference. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, we're gonna go to the trustees, and I'll go to Vice President Wong.
Hi, thanks for this presentation. And this is, I hate this echo. So I just want to be clear that when we invested in outreach consultants, that they are part of the social emotional learning team, and that they're not just extensions of attendance clerks. Because for me, there's a concern that they are tethered to phone calls all day and calling versus doing what they do best, and why we actually invested what we know. And I know that others on the board, including Clerk Venegas and Trustee Barnes, actually everybody, is that we expanded investment specifically to actually create a team. Very much the outreach consultants to the social workers are very much like paras to teachers in classrooms, right? And so what I didn't see here is our commitment to MTSS, which we have had for years, right? What is the infrastructure? It's more than just attendance. It's how are you engaging beyond just a marketing campaign, quite frankly. There are deep relationships that a lot of these outreach consultants, social workers have created with families and communities. I know, for example, in Southport, one of the children who were murdered a couple of years ago, Julie, this is her 8th grade class, and yet you moved, outreach consultants. So I understand kind of what you're framing, but also understanding this community. I would also say I was disappointed to see that during the backpack giveaway, this is the first time in 5-6 years, I didn't see our outreach consultants out there in partnership with YCCA with the backpack giveaway or turkey giveaway or Christmas giveaways before that. So I'm concerned that we are walking away from the things that we used to do. I am yesterday, I think, I know that Trustee Kirby Gonzalez posted this, of one of our outreach consultants did something with the, Afghan families, which is something that we normally do, right? And as a refugee, that is something for me. I was like, okay, how do we do this? And this is why we're not kind of meeting the moment, if you will, and supporting our community in kind of more of a comprehensive manner, right? And utilizing our entire team, right? In addition to that, we have mental health supports, and I've seen the data that we've declined in the utilization of our mental health services, right? So I'm concerned that we are not actually fully utilizing and leveraging the investments that we made and we committed to over the last couple of years. So I'm just going to put that out there, that we need to be really clear that this is a social and emotional, there's a SEL aspect to the entire team, not just social workers, it is actually, as you would articulate education or curriculum, you need to do that for the support services. So.
Absolutely, and it wasn't on the slides. I mean, I could put multiple slides, but MTSS meetings and MTSS is still alive throughout the entire district. And yes, our outreach specialists aren't tethered to the phones. Initially, what we're doing is looking at and trying to get a hold of all of our students who were no-shows. And so, and then, that's usually in the mornings or in the afternoons. In between, I've been at some of the sites and they're working with kids and they're working front office stuff and helping out. They work with the social workers. And so, yes, they are a part of the bigger team. But all of them also have individual, or should I say, in terms of attendance, I think our big focus is we got to get these kids on our campus. If they stay home, we don't know whether or not they have any other underlying issues where there might be some tier 2 or tier 3 issues until we can get them on the campus or actually get a hold of these parents and ascertain as whether or not they need any resources. So yeah, they're a big piece of the entire team. They do tier 1, tier 2 interventions.
And those are words, and I just think it's about relationship in this community.
Well,
right?
yeah, and that's what I
And
said
so-
there, that they build strong relations. They do still work with their families and build those relationships. They do, and that's not going to stop.
Because I don't want to hear that, and I'll just be blatant and direct that at meetings they're saying, no, you have to call before doing SEL, because that's not what we hired them to do. Hired them to do. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, well, no, I never say they have to call before they do SEL. If there's a student that it needs them in a social emotional and they need that support, that student, then they support that student. But sometime throughout the day, they make those calls to get those other students on campus, because we need them on campus in order to find out whether or not we can assist them in anything else and everything else, and whether it's tier 1 through tier 3.
And I would trust our staff to know how to target interventions and which are high needs and how they can bring all students back to campus.
Okay.
Sorry.
I also wanted to add to Trustee Wong, just so you know, I have actually reached out to the YOLO Children's Alliance to schedule a meeting so that we don't miss out on any miscommunications on any future events that may be coming up in the community. So I know they have a new leader there, and so we're just making sure. But we've worked with her in the past in other capacities, so we're gonna make sure and keep that relationship going.
No, and that's beyond Katie, like trustees showed up and superintendent, so we knew. So I literally said, Dr. Hildreth, why are we not here? Why are our staff aren't here?
We're gonna fix that problem. So I reached out to them so we can have a meeting so we can move forward.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Wong. Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, and thank you, Vice President Wong, for that strong message on the reaching out and SEL. In working with other districts, I find it sometimes that as we're attempting to get to a solution such as attendance, we sometimes leave, or what I didn't hear is how we can utilize and work with the students that have the greater peer-to-peer influence, almost have them be part of the equation, be part of the process towards that solution. Because many of these individuals that are not attending school are their friends, we have the influence on campus in a sense. So how we can utilize and work alongside these students, whether we get focus groups at every single site to especially middle school, high school, to find out what is it exactly that they're feeling? Why do they show up to campus? And kind of dig in that way some more. As we were listening to one of the comments about a student wanting to have solutions about a school dance, right? I know with other school districts, as funny as it sounds, attend dance, almost earning your right to party in a sense, or earning your right to have a good time on campus through attendance. As funny as that sounds, it's a thing where students themselves are going to find that courage and encourage each other. Thinking community schooling, right? The other piece that I would also think about is as the community itself of West Sacramento is opening up, how we can connect with the city, and are these students that are not showing up to campus showing up to city events? making sure if we're really keeping our eye open and working together, how, by being a River City student, you get this at this community event, being able to almost, again, it might not be that they're not encouraged to come to campus. It might be a trust, it might be rebuilding that bridge and repairing that bridge. There could be a lot of different avenues where we can work together. But again, focusing on working with the students that are showing up to find pathways to continue to connect. It's something that I'd like to hear a little bit more of. What's the involvement of the students?
Okay, trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about, my first question would be looking at those numbers that are dropping, like the juniors dropping to seniors, which is very concerning. And so I know that if our students go to a charter school or they go to a private school, that we do not need to be notified by our district, but I'd be interested in it, maybe a follow-up if we don't have the answer now, I understand. But do we have any inter-district transfers more than typical? So looking at where we can track, what data do we have on our students that are leaving, particularly that? I'd be interested in a follow-up information on that.
Okay, will do.
Okay, thank you. And yeah,
I was just going to add to that, just you brought up the 11th and 12th grade. And so although we want to look into that trend, just having been at the high school, that's pretty typical trend simply because we have a lot of 11th graders who are early grads as well. And so it does play a significant impact in that particular field. Now, that's not the same case with some of the other fields, of course, but with 11th to 12th graders, that plays a significant impact. Just wanted to clarify that for the board.
good. I'm glad you did, because I was thinking dropouts or, I had some red flags. So thank you. Thank you for that. And then my other piece, I know that school districts have, our funding is incredibly frustrating when it relies on attendance. But this year of COVID, I think that, my colleagues brought up some really important pieces. I'll add the piece of, I don't want to encourage kids who are sick to come to school. One of my little girls would be crushed if she didn't get the certificate, but if she's quarantined because she had a mass exposure, she has no choice but to be out because she's too little to be vaccinated. So I think that this year especially this year more than ever, I have a lot of concerns about something like that, because all your little kids that want to earn them, and then I think what was spoken to very passionately was our kids who are not coming to school are probably not coming to school, not because of not getting a certificate, but how do they, feel, of course, when they're at school, and who's checking on them, and the buddy programs and the kid programs and those pieces. So I think the investment instead of the certificate, if it's in those pieces of how you feel at school, I think is an important piece that has been shared here. And the role that our classified staff play in that, our bus drivers, is huge, because when we have phenomenal bus drivers and crossing guards, and I drive by one every day on my way to work, and he's waving to the kids as they come up. And I think also utilizing all of our classified employees to help with that. Hey, just check on, and hey, I missed you yesterday, and really value the work that they do also in helping us get kids to school. I think is important, but I just really want to urge us away from their certificate piece with attendance right now. But I appreciate your piece.
Christopher, is she good?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Okay. You got to say something. Say
I
it.
know. No, I don't feel like I have to say anything. I do appreciate that you guys covered it all. And, I also I can say this at the end, though. I
Okay.
think I'm gonna save this for the end, but I appreciate the hard work and I appreciate the presentation. It has also been on my mind and a thought of how we will utilize our mental health funding and then I think we have some good ways to move forward and good thoughts, and I agree.
Thank you. The only question I had was basically on slide 4. It was kind of an explanation of why the drop from class to class. So it was it was in several actually classes where, like, we could take the high school, the number of 10th graders was, substantially higher last year than the 11th graders this year. Have we gone out? Have we made home visits? Have we, been able to drill down that number? Making calls is one thing, but if we can't get a hold of anybody, that's fine. Are we reaching out and actually, going to the houses? And I know we're in a pandemic, but we got to get kids to respond and parents to respond. So are we reaching out physically and actually going there and making sure that these kids are okay, right? Are they, and would this also include, families that are potentially positive and the kids just haven't shown up to school because they're positive and they haven't called in because they got other things to worry about, right? So I want to know these answers. These are questions that are looming. So, I mean, how do we drill that down and what have we done to figure that out?
So I do know that home visits are happening. I don't know if I can't say that we've drilled down extensively into, the details of one grade level pertain to the other for each and every area, but I can tell you that home visits are happening. And then, Dr. Phillips, you might be able to elaborate a little bit more on that process of home visits. But they could be different reasons. COVID could be one of the reasons why people haven't come and we haven't heard from them. And that's why home visits become part of the process, because there are just people we don't hear from. And if we don't do the home visits, that's one way to verify or connect with the family.
No, everything that you stated is what's happening. Yeah. If it is COVID related and they reached out to us, then we won't make a home visit. We just notated in areas that, the reasons why they're either at home or quarantining, and we hope to see them when they come back. And the ones that we can't make any contact with, whether it's through phone or email, we are going out there and knocking on the doors and finding out where they possibly could be.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And I know our staff is swamped and I understand that they're very overworked. And so I would hope that, we would be willing to give them extra time when needed to make that happen. So I just want to make sure that if it requires, flex time or overtime, that we're willing to make that step, because it shouldn't be about, funding. We've got COVID dollars to do this. So we should be able to make that happen. Okay.
Just want to say thank you all for your feedback. We are going to continue to have our outreach workers, our social workers really do the work that we know that I just want to say that they're so good at. It's the building relationships, and we understand that attendance is about the relationships and finding the root cause of why our students are not coming to school, and then seeing, okay, they need this type of support, let's provide it. And that's why we want to also reach out with our community partners. So we appreciate the feedback from the board, and we will follow up with some additional data that we can share with you at a future meeting.
And don't get me wrong, I'm very encouraged by the fact that it's only 20. Like our projections were for this year and next year to be even greater than 20. So I am thrilled with the fact that it's only 20. And I think that can be possibly rectified by maybe a little more outreach to, you know, hey, if we have to go knock on your door, we'll knock on your door. If we have to take extra time to do that, then we will, right? But I think that's very critical that we get an accurate accounting. Okay, so if we're all good, we will move on to the consent agenda. And with that, I'm going to pull item 06 as requested by the WSTA President Doug Knepp for, I'm not going to pull it off the agenda entirely, but I'm going to pull it for action and presentation so that Doug can make a full comment on it, and then we can listen to it, listen to the comments made for that item. So 06 will be moved to action. Let me make sure I correctly notate that. Okay, and that'll go into okay, got it. So now moving on to the consent agenda. Does anybody else want to pull an item from consent? Going once, going twice. Okay, can I get a motion on the consent agenda? Oh, dear, you're right. You're absolutely right. My mistake. My mistake. Mario, I believe we do. Is it the written one? It's a written one. Okay, I will read the written one. Hang on.
Yes, it's pre-submitted.
Yes, you know what? You're right. I see it. Okay. Okay, on item 014 from Gail Costello. The two-year contract with Performance Fact. For openers, I would like to report that I have heard lots of good comments about the opening days of school. However, regarding tonight's agenda, the opening sentence, actually the opening paragraph on the two-year contract authorization with Performance Fact says nothing definitive. It mentions diversity. Paragraph 2 says nothing definitive, except it provides authorization to provide alignment with paragraph 1. Is the goal of the school board meetings in general and this agenda to inform the public or to obfuscate and prevent the public from understanding what is happening? The first sentence in this contract authorization to pay an organization $179,000 is a masterclass in saying nothing. Okay. Having said that, we now have a motion by Trustee Barnes. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Vice President Wong. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, the consent agenda is adopted. We shall move on to action items. The adoption of resolution 2122 for temporary interfund transfers of special or restricted fund monies. Monique Stovall, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Good evening, President Pizzotti, members of the board, and Superintendent Hildreth. This evening, I present before you a resolution entitled Temporary Interfund Transfers of Special and Restricted Fund Monies. In essence, what this resolution allows the district to do is transfer money between different funds in order to address potential cash flow shortages. For example, if the cafeteria fund were to have a cash flow issue, then the general fund may transfer money to that account for it to be able to pay their bills. I use the cafeteria fund as an example because even though the cafeteria fund requests the reimbursement from the state in a timely manner, the process for the state to be able to reimburse and pay the district is a lengthy process. And so at certain points within the year, we might have some cash flow issues. What questions do you have?
I see in here no public or comments from the board. Do we have any public comments? Oh, Sarah does? I'm sorry. I'll go public. Mario, any public comments?
No public comments received.
Thank you. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. My only question is, do you see any other examples that don't have to do with reimbursement where this might need to be used?
Not usually. Thankfully, this year, we are not having any cash deferrals. And so we're not at risk as we were last year of having cash flow issues. But typically, it's between the general fund and the cafeteria fund.
Okay. Trustee Barnes, go ahead.
As a new person, I'm curious, is this a common practice in other districts? And I wonder why we didn't do this before.
This is a very common resolution that I'll bring forth every single year to you. It's very common.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. And since there are no further questions, let me read the resolution. Washington Unified School District Resolution number 2122-03, resolution to establish temporary interfund transfers of special fund or restricted fund monies, whereas the governing board of any school district may direct that monies held in any fund or account may be temporarily transferred to another fund or account of the district for payment of obligations as authorized by Education Code Section 42603 and 42603.1, and whereas the transfer shall be accounted for as temporary borrowing between funds or accounts and shall not be available for appropriation or be considered income to the borrowing fund or account, and whereas amounts transferred shall be repaid either in the same fiscal year or in the following fiscal year if the transfer takes place within the final 120 calendar days of a fiscal year, whereas amounts transferred shall not exceed 75% of the maximum of monies held in any fund or account. Whereas the governing board of Washington Unified School District held a public hearing to take testimony from public before adopting the required resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Washington Unified School District, in accordance with the provisions of Education Code Section 42603 and 42603.1, adopts the following authorization for fiscal year 2020-2021 to temporarily transfer funds between the following funds, provided that all transfers are approved by the superintendent or his designee. Is that fiscal year correct? 2020, 2021? Are we doing in the future or in the?
You know, our apologies, that is a typo. It is the 21.
Okay, we either have to amend this or we pull it and bring it back.
Let's just amend it right now.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna, okay, we'll do it in the motion. Okay. General Fund 01, Charter School Special Fund, Special Reserved Fund 09, Adult Education Fund 11, Child Development Fund 12, Cafeteria Special Reserve or Special Revenue Fund, 13. Capital Facilities Fund, 25. Special Reserve Fund or Capital Outlay Projects, 40. OPEB Fund, 20. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified Board of Education and the Washington Unified Superintendent at the meeting held on August 26, 2021 by the following vote. Okay. So I will make the motion that we pass the resolution changing the fiscal year to 2021-2022 as amended.
I second. That as proposed to be amended.
Okay. Moved by President Pizzotti, seconded by Vice President Wong. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Arr.
Who said that?
Were you at my pirate show on Sunday?
Okay. Okay, the resolution is adopted and to be amended, all right? Okay. We are moving on. Action on Government Code Section 48918, student discipline case number 2022-01S. Assistant Superintendent Stan Moisich of Ed Services and Jay Burns, Dr. Jay Burns, Director of Special Programs.
President Pizzotti, the Board of Trustees received information on student discipline, case 2022-01S in closed session. As required by Ed Code, in order for staff to take action on the recommendations, it requires board approval.
Okay. The recommended motion is to approve the recommendations heard in closed session. Do we have any public comment on this? I wouldn't imagine there would be since it's a private discipline matter. So I'm not going to go to public comment on this. What about any comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none, can I get a motion? Moved by Clerk Venegas, second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right. That motion is passed. We are going on to 06. And that would be, let me pull up the item, hang on a second. Approval of staffing agreement between Maxim Healthcare Staffing Services, Inc. and Washington Unified School District. Stan Moisich of Ed Services, Andre Phillips, Director of Student and Family Support Services.
Thank you. So in this item, this would allow 2 students to receive services from an LVN per their 504 plans. 1 student would receive student services from an LVN per IEP. And all WSC students may receive services from the nurse. So I have Dr. Phillips on the line, and he can give you more detail if there are questions from that.
Okay. I'm going to go to the public for comment. I believe WSTA President Doug Knepp requested this to be pulled, and I pulled it so that he can make his comments. So President Knepp, go right ahead.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. Thanks for giving me the opportunity tonight. Clearly, we're in a time right now where it's essential to have health officials at our schools, and it's essential to have nurses. So I understand the unique circumstances, and should it be necessary to use a contracted nurse organization to be able to get the resources that we need, then that would be something that I would understand. But very limited to minimal conversation has occurred in this process. And I understand it's a difficult time right now to go out and find those resources. But as I said before, I think that both WUSD and WSTA has a mutual benefit to hiring in-house. In the end, it's more cost effective. You're building a renewable resource. It's a resource that stays, and it becomes a part of your community. Also, WSTA has a unique interest in making sure that we protect our FTE, that we protect our positions. I'm not sure the nature of the situation or why we're at the point where we have to reach out to a contractor, which is, again, why more consultation is appropriate. I would like to think that we would be able to find applicants. And I know that we struggled just to find one last year, although I will say the one we found last year, the application was put through many months ahead of time. And I had to remind school district officials that that application was in there before that individual was hired. So I'm not sure that we're being as effective with the resources we have at hand. There's been some evidence that maybe we're not. That individual is now hired after a very long period where I think one conversation I had was like, well, we don't have any candidates. I said, yes, you do, because I helped one get in, and then all of a sudden that individual was was hired. So concerned about that. Clearly, it is more cost effective to hire internally, to hire nurse candidates if we can do it. And I'm just saying that before we jump into this, and I know we need nurses probably sooner rather than later, but we jump in, we should have a conversation on how to do that. Are we competitive enough with our nursing salaries? Is that the issue? Is the issue that we haven't done enough outreach? These are conversations that I would like to be a part of. My organization would like to be a part of. We'd like to help with the solution. We don't want to tie things down and make it go slow, but we would like to make sure that we are involved in the process. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Doug. We appreciate your comments. Vice President Wong.
Because I teach a school nursing class, I understand the importance of that because I train them. I just want to be clear. And in terms of big picture, I think that's good for HR to consider as we look at that. I want to be clear about this contract right now because it's very clear about special ed and our obligations under IED to get the services in place. So can Stan or Dr. Phillips, can you walk us through that? Because we actually have a federal obligation. Otherwise, we're liable for not providing the services immediately. It was my understanding. So
yeah. So from my understanding that we've, in terms of Washington Unified, we've always contracted for LVNs, and these individuals are hired specific to students' health needs, whether it's their 504s and or IEPs. And as of right now, we have 2 school nurses who are running around these 10 schools trying to do the job of the LVNs, along with trying to do all the vision and hearing for all of the students, writing up health plans for students that need them. Those are generally the students with the 504s. In terms of IEPs or school nurses, during their tries and initials, they're doing all the vision and hearing for each of those individuals. They're doing parent interviews to update the health plans. And when we have students that have to go through home hospital, they're going through our school nurses. So in 2020, at the beginning of 2020, we started off with 2 school nurses. We posted a position, I think it was, from understanding, once in the fall, and we really didn't get any applicants, and then we posted it again. And we did interview and hire the school nurse that we have now. We hired in the spring of 2021. So that came to 3 school nurses. One of our school nurses retired. So in the late spring of 2021, we posted again. We had some candidates. We did some interviews. We made an offer. And at the last minute, the individual decided not to take the position. So we reposted again. And I think what we're looking at now is just seeing that our 2 school nurses that we have now are really struggling, trying to maintain 10 schools. And they've also assisted in a lot of the COVID testing, at least last year with the Binex, and just everything else that I mentioned. And so that's why we were looking at contracting out a school nurse for the 21-22 school year.
I also want to be clear, you mentioned IEP and it's also a federal obligation to provide
That's
those
right.
services immediately.
Absolutely.
Okay. But again, I do
For the
support a
LVNs.
longer conversation to figure this out to be more kind of desirable for school nurses. And so, but I just want to be clear that there's also a federal obligation to meet
Absolutely.
IDEA needs as written in the agenda.
Yes.
And thank you. And I just want to make sure that while we are contracting for this position, that we are still continuing to fly the in-house position.
It is posted.
And not only is it posted, that we're actively recruiting for it. So that is something that's very critical to me. And oh, by the way, psychiatric technicians are in fact LVNs, just with a psychiatric slant. Just saying, you can use them. So
But do they have a school credential?
they do. They do. Oh, maybe not for schooling. Maybe not for schooling. Yeah. So anyway, with that, do you have a comment, Trustee Barnes? Thank you.
I am concerned about the needs of the student. As Vice President Wong pointed out, it's something that we have to provide urgently. Full-time insulin needs are urgent. You can't put that off onto someone else and wait. Also, a lot of these people have higher needs that, are given the current time. I should backtrack and say I also support the conversation. I appreciate that very much. On the other, not on the other hand, but in tandem with that, I also think that we need to be very mindful of the fact, as I look over this, I can tell you that managing insulin is a very difficult full-time job. And we don't want to put our kids at risk. So I'm not sure. I too have been struggling with hiring staff in my own world, in the healthcare community. So I know that we do not have a giant pool to choose from. And if there are people willing to be able to step in the meantime, on a contractual basis, I think that it would be a really beneficial thing for our students to utilize them. Because that's a really big thing. That's a really big job. And we have a lot going on with COVID. And as we've mentioned, we're stretched very thin. And I don't want to overlook these other issues because we're focused on managing COVID. So I think it's a good idea to potentially get this filled as soon as possible.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. And I concur with that it is an imperative need immediately. But I am incredibly sensitive to contracting out because I fight it every single day in my day job. And I hate when I see jobs that can be done in-house outsourced to private contractors. Having said that, we have an obligation, and we have an immediate obligation that needs to be met, and we're struggling. And we're struggling to find qualified applicants that will take the job. And I think, President Knapp brought up some good points. Are we potentially not looking at a higher, or are we looking at maybe increasing the salary for that position if necessary to recruit, or providing a signing bonus or a stipend, something to recruit and retain those positions? These are things that we need to, constantly reevaluate if we're struggling to recruit. So I do see one hand up still, and we haven't finished this off. And I will give the public an opportunity to comment. Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you so much. Thank you, President Kobe Pizzotti, with your comments. I just want to reiterate and build on what President Knapp's comment were. I'm a bargaining chair for the union as well as a teacher in the district. And I don't think anybody is suggesting that we do not provide these student services at all. It's just concerning with the contracting out. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you look at incentives, a sign-on bonus, looking at your salary schedule for the position. And if you look in general at the areas that the district has fallen short, it's subbing, nursing, looking at that, because we end up having to spread fewer people to cover more areas, as opposed to addressing why aren't we getting these people in here, and having a contracted out employee fills the need at the time, but you don't have an employee. It's not an employee. They're not a part of the WSD family. They don't build those connections as like you would if you were part of the district. And the district would save a huge amount of money in the long run if they take the time and bite the bullet and say, okay, maybe the salary is more, but in the long run, we're going to have a really valued employee and it's going to cost us less money in the long run. So I just wanted to be clear, because of some of the comments is like, well, it's important, we have to give the care. Nobody's denying that at all. It's just that this position for the RN position, I'm not sure about the LVN, but there is an RN position, I think, on this agenda item, is a WSTA position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chisholm. And again, I'm going to reiterate this, that if we cannot fill the position, which it appears that we cannot, we need to look at other avenues of attracting. I would say the same thing for our subs. That's 100%, we have to, if we have to, use honey to get some more attention, then we have to. Then that's the way it goes. It's just what we have to do because we're in crisis. We are. And we have to accept that and just motor forward for a permanent solution. And I will say,
FYI, President Pizzotti, just for the school nurse position, just a FYI for trustees, that we have filled that position 3 times thus far and have not really been able to get a candidate. So this is the last resort, because as everyone has said, we value our own employees. We know about being a member of the community, the family. So we only go to these types of solutions when we feel that we really have exhausted what we all feel is the first best practice.
And I'm 100% in agreement with that, but you just proved my point by saying that. You've flown it 3 times, you weren't able to fill. Now we have to look at other means. In the meantime, we're going to fill with a contract, but we need to look for our permanent solution. Our permanent solution may mean providing incentives. So do you have something to add, Vice President Wong?
No, we've done that with speech therapists before. So it's not unlike, I just want to be clear to the public that it's when we actually find a need, our HR staff has been good at trying to figure out incentive ways. So I just want it's not, again, we've tried, and again, we're hearing from the board that, is there anything else we can do? All my students actually already had jobs and already in district. So I know, as Trustee Barnes said, that it's just hard to fill nursing positions generally right now. Right, especially during COVID.
Go ahead, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
I just want to give a shout out to the district nurses that we do have, because I know that they have been providing insulin and doing these pieces right now for these students, and that they've been working really, really hard. So when we talk about attracting new staff, which we very much want to, we also talk about really valuing the staff that we have. And so thank you so much to our employees and to our nurses who really have been there for students to fill in the gaps why we have not been able to with a job.
All right, thank you. Having made all of our comments. I see no more hands raised. Are we ready to move? Okay, can I get a motion? Moved by Clerk Venegas,
A second.
second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas
Aye.
and Trustee Barnes.
I got this. Aye.
Okay.
Come on.
I did it.
All right, moving on to board governance, Q1. The approval of resolution number 2021-54, recognition of Attendance Awareness Month. As Dr. Phillips said, don't be a fool, attendance is cool.
Many good phrases tonight.
I know, right?
I think we should have a dance.
Right? We're gonna do our own dance.
Attend dance.
Okay, attend dance.
Attend dance.
Right.
Jackie, go.
I know,
I was
right?
thinking. that.
Okay. Okay.
It's all.
I'm gonna read the resolution if I can see it. Resolution number 2021-54, recognition of National Attendance Awareness Month. Whereas Washington Unified School District strives to ensure that all students are provided equitable opportunities to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Whereas good attendance is essential to student achievement, graduation, and lifelong success. And we are committed to dedicating resources and attention to reducing chronic absenteeism rates with a focus starting as early as pre-kindergarten and kindergarten. Whereas chronic absence, missing 10% or more of school for any reason, including excused and unexcused absences, is, Jesus, I'm so sorry. Yeah, right. Excused and unexcused absences is a proven predictor of academic trouble and dropout rates, whereas chronic absence is now a required reporting metric under the federal Every Student Succeeds Act and an indicator on the California State Dashboard, whereas improving attendance and reducing chronic absence, particularly among underserved student populations, takes commitment, collaboration, and tailored approaches to particular challenges and strengthens in each community. Whereas chronic absences predict lower third grade reading proficiency, course failure, and eventually drop out, it weakens our communities and our local economy. Whereas the impact of chronic absence hits students in low-income communities, children of color, and other underserved student groups particularly hard if they do not have the resources to make up for lost time in the classroom, and more likely to face systemic barriers to getting to school, including but not limited to unreliable transportation, lack of access to healthcare, and unstable or unaffordable housing. Whereas attendance gaps among groups of students often turn into achievement gaps that undermine student success. Whereas absenteeism also undermines efforts to improve struggling schools due to the difficulty of measuring improvement in classroom instruction if students are not in class to benefit. Whereas school and community partners can assist by reaching out to frequently absent students and their families to determine and address barriers that prevent them from attending school. Whereas healthcare providers can share the importance of school attendance with families and can offer proactive preventative care to reduce absences. Whereas Washington Unified School District will track, calculate, and share data on the number of students chronically absent to identify attendance gaps and deliver appropriate interventions to the right students. Whereas all students, even those who show up regularly, are affected by chronic absence because teachers must spend valuable instructional time reviewing material with students who were absent, and whereas chronic absence can be significantly reduced when schools, families, and communities work together to monitor and promote good attendance and address hurdles that keep children from getting to school. Now therefore be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education proclaims that our school district will stand with the nation in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month and commit to focusing on reducing chronic absenteeism to give all children an equitable opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 26th day of August, 2021 by the following vote. Man, my dyslexia was really, ooh. Is there anyone that wanted to make a public comment on this one, Mario?
No public comments received.
Comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none. Motion?
So moved.
I second.
Moved by trustee Kirby Gonzalez, second by Vice President Wong. Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to Q2, Resolution 2021-55, recognition of National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Somebody else read it?
Yes, please. Yeah, right there. There you go.
One. To American society and that of California, and whereas Hispanic Heritage Week, which began in 1968 under President Lyndon Johnson, was expanded to National Hispanic Heritage Month by President Ronald Reagan and enacted into law in 1988 to cover a 30-day period on September 15th, the day which represents the anniversary of independence for 5 Latin American countries, and whereas Hispanic Americans are a diverse group that represents numerous ethnicities and geographic and political regions, identifying with a variety of terms including Latinx, Latino, Latina, Hispanic, Chicanx, Chicano, Chicana, and country-specific terms. And whereas Hispanic Americans may also trace their roots to the indigenous peoples of the Americas, and whereas the accomplishments of this group span the fields of medicine, law, education, agriculture, sports, the arts, science, business, and government, and whereas the cultural influence of this groups have been remarkable in the food, language, and music of American culture, and whereas awareness of these contributions should be a part of a full understanding of our shared history and culture. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education proclaims September 15th through October 15th as a Hispanic American Heritage Month, and that all educational sites be encouraged to recognize the contributions of Hispanic Americans through curriculum and activities at the school. And passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 20th day of August.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. I appreciate you reading that for me. Mario, is there any comments? No comments. Do we have any comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none. Do we have a motion on the board? Hey, very good. Bueno. Okay. Segundo, all right. Moved by Clerk Venegas, second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
See.
There you go.
E2C. Sí también. And Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes.
See.
All right. Moving on to Q3, which is resolution number 2021-25, recognition of National Suicide Prevention Month. No, I think I can, geez.
Anybody.
Trustee Barnes will read.
Oh. Okay. Resolution number 2021-56, recognition of National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas the Washington Unified School District Board of Education acknowledges that suicide is a serious public health problem that takes an enormous toll on families, students, employees, and communities. Whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, suicide is the second leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 24. Whereas in September 2016, Governor Jerry Brown signed Assembly Bill 2246, now California Education Code 215, that took effect in 2017 to 2018, setting a requirement for all local educational agencies, including county offices of education, school districts, state special schools, and charter schools that serve pupils in grades 7 to 12 to adopt a policy on pupil suicide prevention that specially addresses the needs of high-risk students. Whereas 90% of deaths by suicide can be attributed to mental illness is treatable, and youth suicide is a preventable public health problem. Whereas factors such as discrimination, adverse childhood experiences, stigma, familial and community rejection, mental illness, and other factors that compromise life functioning may result in elevated suicide risk, particularly for vulnerable student populations. Whereas children and teens spend a significant amount of their young lives in school, and the personnel who interact with them daily are in a prime position to recognize the warning signs of suicide and make the appropriate referrals for help. Whereas suicide prevention involves the collective efforts of families and caregivers, the school community, mental health practitioners, local community organizations, and related professionals to reduce the incidence of suicide through education, awareness, and services. Whereas school personnel are instrumental in helping students and their families by identifying students at risk and linking them to school and community mental health resources. Whereas suicide prevention must involve school-wide activities and programs that enhance connectedness, contribute to a safe and nurturing environment, and strengthen protective factors that reduce the risk for students. Whereas National Suicide Prevention Week will be observed from September 5th through the 11th, 2021, to help call public attention to the increasing incidence of suicide and to inform about suicide prevention and warning signs of suicide. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education proclaims September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and encourages all students, faculty, administrators, and parents to promote a climate of positive behavior, support, and intervention. Monitor students' emotional state and well-being and make referrals for crisis support and mental health as needed, and throughout the school year beyond this month. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 26th day of August 2021 by the following vote. Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that,
Yeah.
Trustee Barnes. All right. Mario, is there any comments from the public?
No public comments?
Awesome. Board comments? No? All right. Let's get a motion on this.
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong. Second by Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes. Jeez, sorry,
Aye.
Christie. Okay, the resolution is adopted. And we are now on to board and superintendent comments. Superintendent Hildreth.
Yes, thank you, President Pizzotti and trustees. I want to take a little time to just do a little celebration. It is so easy for all of us to focus on the challenges that we face as a country and as a community. So I want to spend a little time just highlighting some of the positive things happening at our schools and in our district. As I reflect on what are we in the week 2, but just the thought that we're in school, like that is something to celebrate. And that to get to this point has been an entire community effort. It has taken district staff, it has taken our teachers, it has taken our classified members, it has taken our parents, it has taken our community partners to make sure that the goal that the trustees set back in April of saying we're going to be back August 11th, we're going to be back in person full time, and we did that. So we need to just pause. Sometimes we just go, and you always focus on what, oh, it's not exactly what we want it to be, and it is not, but it is what we wanted it to be, and that's having our kids in school. So I want to take a little time to do a little celebration. So if I could pull up the slide deck. And next slide. So let's start with back to school night. Like, what an exciting discussion to have. Yes, it was virtual, but we know that back to school was because our kids are back to school. And this year, our TK8 schools, all 7 had our back to school night. They were held virtually, really to make it more accessible and allow our team to connect more effectively with most families and their schedules. We learned that the virtual format also gives families much more flexibility to visit classrooms quickly, really talk to the teachers and see what's going on. And last year's virtual back to school nights turned out to be some of the most successfully attended in recent memory. So it was great to build on that and boost our level of family engagement once again. At our back to school nights, we asked our schools to have some reminders that are important to all of our communities. So we shared, our school leaders and teachers shared information about our COVID-19 back to school resources, about our vaccine clinics, our testing clinics, reminded parents to please update your parent info. They could access the district calendar, and a reminder to download our WUSD app, where you can find almost any information you're looking for. Next slide. Football games, like, these are the norms of schooling. And these are the traditions and the routines and celebrations that make life lasting memories for our students. And so last week, River City High School had its first home football game on August 20th versus Wood Creek. Now, although the results on the field of play was a loss for the Raider football teams, it was a big win for our school community to see students and families enjoying Friday night lights. We want to give a special thanks to the River City High School assistant principal team, Jessica, Amar, Noe, and Holly, for organizing a successful home opener. We also want to give a big shout out to the River City Regiment for making sure the Raiders school spirit was on full display. And then lastly, we want to wish the JV and varsity teams the best of luck tonight as they are also playing a football game. And then wanted to highlight that I know we had a public comment about the homecoming dance, and a formal decision has not yet been made about the homecoming dance. So we understand those traditions are very important to our students, and our school leaders are taking into consideration how to do some of those traditions safely. So a decision has not been made yet. Next slide. Now, looking at our schools, and again, seeing the lively excitement of our students who are there, they're following the masking guidelines. We were able to recently visit Westfield Village Elementary, home of the Wildcats, and staff was granted special access into Ms. Camargo's TK class for an energetic morning session with some seriously impressive and well-behaved kiddos. So thank you to Ms. Camargo and her class for the hospitality, and we wish you a great school year. Next slide. So at Bridgeway Island, we want to share with you a couple of scenes highlighting an outdoor music class led by our fabulous music teacher, Dolores Henson, and then give you a brief glimpse of meal services, and knowing that our school teams are doing everything they can to ensure that we maximize outdoor meal times and spacing when our students must be indoors if there's some type of weather situation. Next slide. We have our support for Southport and Westmore Oaks. We see our students lining up for meal services at Southport. And then there was a school rally in the beautiful new quad at Westmore Oaks. So again, it's just the excitement of our kids being out across the district. Next slide. It's so important at this time for us to be able to support our Afghan community. And so on behalf of the entire WUSD family, I want to express my sincerest sympathies to our Afghan community. We are all devastated by the horrific events occurring in Afghanistan and cannot imagine what the Afghan people are going through. I was touched and once again humbled by this community and the dedicated people in WUSD when I learned that a support meeting was held at Bridgeway Island on August 24th for Afghan families. The team at Bridgeway Island, together with representatives from the district office, let our families know that we are here to support them and their loved ones during this difficult times. The families that attended were provided with blankets, toiletry kits, and school supplies. Another meeting is currently being planned to be held at Riverbank, and we will share the date and time with the community when those details are finalized. I want to give a special thank you to our WUSD Farsi speaking homeschool liaison, Selsalah Barami, coordinator of English learners, Stacy Tran, and outreach specialist, Ruth Pagano Tran, and anyone involved in organizing this meeting. We want all of our community to know that WUSD is here to support all members of our community. Next slide. And as we support our community, we're in this together. If we want to stay and have our kids in school, we have to all do our part. And that includes making sure we have access to testing and vaccine clinics. So we continue to pave the way in addressing the safety and well-being of our entire community. For example, this week we offered vaccine clinics on Tuesday, August 24th at the district office. It was open to students, family, staff, and the general public. Yesterday at Stonegate, it was open to students, family, and staff. And at Bridgeway Island, it was also open to students, family, staff, and the general public. Testing has expanded to include between 2 to 3 testing locations daily throughout the district and daily at River City High School. We encourage everyone to visit our WUSD testing and vaccine web pages via the addresses on the screen, and please share this information with your friends and family. And just as a FYI of how we're getting that word out, since August 5th, WUSD has administered 2,217 tests and 93 vaccines, and we're going to keep that going. Our goal is 100%. And the more that we can do to get to that goal as a community, if we focus on, we're doing this for our kids. And I have found that when we focus on students, that's when the community comes together, because it may not be your own son or daughter, but it could be your niece, your cousin, your neighbor, someone you care about. And that's what it's going to take for us to be healthy and safe together. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hildreth. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, and just warmed my heart, especially seeing what folks are doing in Washington Unified for our Afghan families. And when I asked last week, I was just so, my heart was just so warmed by the response, because everyone was really on it, and it was beautiful to see. And so however we can help as a board, it might be nice for us really to have also an Afghan update, maybe to hear some of the things that are going on at a board meeting, and to really also thank our staff for what they're doing in those efforts during what is just a really hard time. I want to thank, was it Ashley, the homecoming? Is that who gave the, oh, that was just, I loved her ideas for how to do a safe homecoming. And I really think that that speaks to how important our student voices are in all of our decision making. And so if you're listening, Ashley, thank you for that comment. And it was just really meaningful to hear you call in with your thoughts, but then also your suggestions. They were great. And to that end, when we have our student board member, I know we've talked about this before, but I'm going to say it again, as we're reaching out for who that person may be, if we can communicate that we want them to be part of the conversation. We don't need them to just read a slide and then go. I mean, that's great. We love hearing the updates, but stay, maybe not till 11. We don't want to stay till 11 either, but stay and give your input because you have really good things to say and you represent. I really hope we can look at it as a way to represent all of your peers in coming to this board and what you offer and what you have to say. So I hope that we can have that from our student board position. I do want to thank everyone for back to school night. It was really easy as a mom to feed my kids and throw them in the side and not have to worry about traffic and getting around. And I want to thank everyone for their work for that. It is a long day for our teachers and it was great. And I want to thank Yorgos for that slide that we saw, the communication slide of how to get connected that everyone showed. It was fantastic. The testing, I know we spoke to how there's been some hiccups or bumps, but as our students get comfortable with it, as I myself now have done testing, I am vaccinated, but I've been testing in our district as well, since I'm now around a lot of people, want to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence and it's been much easier. And so my own girls too, the first time it took a while and now they've got it down. So I know that will continue to get smoother and smoother. And I appreciate all the work people are doing because I know for our admin, everyone, district office staff, HR, it is such a heavy lift and it's a lift that not every district is doing and with already full-time jobs. And so it's just really, really appreciated and can't thank you enough and encourage people to take advantage of it because it's a wonderful gift to have your child's results, sent to you and you didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to take off work or drive them around and figure out where to get testing. It's been wonderful. And then I wanted to also just share that I know that everyone's been so excited to get back to work and see our kids. I know they're so excited, but I also know that there's harder things than probably anyone expected with staffing shortages that people are seeing everywhere, with the quarantine processes that are very hard on everyone to find the contact tracing and all the other pieces. And so I just want to give a shout out to everyone in the organization for all of the work that they're doing, our classified employees, our certificate employees, certainly our administrators and district office staff. It's all heavy lifts and we hope it gets easier soon. And so the community is a really big part in that of helping us to keep COVID out of our schools. And if you can get vaccinated, please do. And please, the same with testing of our kiddos. And then only two last things. One, when we think about our vaccine clinics that you brought up, I think maybe Riverbank or one coming up, maybe this might be an idea for our bright culinary students who just do a phenomenal job and they're always looking for ideas. I don't know, if you come and get your vaccine, here's your spaghetti dinner to take home with you, grab and go. Or, maybe there's a way to also bring in some of that. I don't know, just trying to think outside the box. Because I know that they're a wonderful group to help us. And yeah, I think that those are all my pieces and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kirinsas. Trustee Barnes?
Well, I don't have much else to say except that yes, to both of you. I think you covered most of it. I loved our back to school night virtually. I was able to be at soccer practice and also go participate in back to school night. So I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing that we can multitask that way, but it was definitely an amazing experience. I am really excited to be back. You guys covered everything. I do also though want to mention the support of the Afghan families. I'm looking forward to the Riverbank meeting. And just to know that our thoughts and hearts are with you. And if there's anything any of us can do, I know that we're all here for you, and please reach out for anything. And as far as the socialization goes, regarding the last years of school, or any years of school, not just homecoming. Although Ashley, I also really do appreciate your feedback and your comments. It did strike me when you were talking that, oh my gosh, this is a student. That's so cool. I love it when we have students comment on board meetings and get involved that way. So I know that will be very much considered. And I think that we are being thoughtful about our decisions, following guidelines, CDC guidelines and science. And I hope that we maintain that. I don't want to get us to a place where we're afraid, or, the way it was in the beginning. It was a very scary, scary time. So I want to be sure that we all keep doing our parts to stay healthy and stay home if you're not well. Get vaccinated if you can. Utilize the resources that we have here. And I think that covers everything. I really appreciate the mental health services side's presentation and what we have to look forward to. So I look forward to more updates there and to more planning as well. So thank you, and yay, we're back and week 2 is done.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. Clerk Venegas.
Yes, thank you to everybody. That's I think the word that comes to mind is above and beyond. As a community, I can say, in working with surrounding school districts and surrounding communities, what's been highlighted is how we've continued to go above and beyond in West Sacramento, from our teachers, to administrators and just students and parents, and everybody's looking to communicate. Everybody's looking to listen. Yes, we will make mistakes, and yes, there will be other times to be frustrated. But I think that ultimately, we're all coming to an alignment and truly going above and beyond. I do want to point out the anonymous comment made about the teacher that's feeling overwhelmed. And I don't want to ignore that. Because it does take courage to speak on somebody who's serving our students. And if the person's on, I want to thank you for doing that part. And as teams, really just maybe finding checkpoints and checking in on each other. As teachers, you guys were serving so many students and so many lives, and we're people at the end of the day. And again, we're asking everybody to go above and beyond to make this work, to see our students back in school, to see our teachers teaching and our students learning. And I think that ultimately we're all learning the lesson that mental health and what's going on within us all, it can sometimes be overwhelming. But I would encourage us all to extend that conversation and continue to check in on each other as we're still navigating continuously. So I don't want to ignore that comment, and I would encourage us all to just take that with us and continue to find ways to fuel ourselves and to ground ourselves at the same time. We must find some way to ground each other in order to continue to navigate through this. We're 2 weeks in, right? Is that what it is? It's like we're 2 weeks in. So, just taking every moment for what it is, taking it as a special moment. And to the student that suggested the dance, maybe a masquerade theme or something, or something. I don't know. We can really have fun, as navigating shouldn't always be stressful. We can navigate with some fun, and I look forward to seeing some more students stepping up and really teaching us how we can best lead. So thank you all again to the entire community of West Sacramento for going above and beyond.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Thank you for all of the previous comments, and I will not repeat, but you all are superheroes. I think that we used to have a theme that we're all superheroes, and I hope you all know that we are all grateful for your service and your dedication, from students to staff to parents to partners who are in this with us. So grateful for that. On that note, I also just wanted to also acknowledge that Trustee Barnes and I have invited students to our policy meeting. So they may say, and if they say uniforms for the littles, that's what they say. But no pressure, no pressure. Which they said again. So we are looking forward to actually really fully integrating student leaders in the conversation again, and being consistent about that, not just here, but really when we are making rules that actually really impact their lives and engagement, equity, LGBTQ issues, as well as dress code. So I am very much looking forward to that, and thank you everybody for your time, your dedication, and this is just the beginning to greatness. So I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. And I just wanted to lead off with Ashley. I think you struck nerve with the board, and so far now that's 4 board members that have mentioned you in your comments, because I agree with you that there probably is a way to do this safely. But I think there's another way to, and you mentioned it in your comments, to promote kids to get vaccinated, is if you show, this could be the vax dance, right? Like homecoming vax dance. Show your vaccination card, you get to go to a dance. So I think that's a great idea. This is, if we have to provide incentives, hey, you can have a dance. You can do these things. This is an opportunity for that. I think that's one way of doing it. And as a school board member, I think it's important that, we are promoting this. We're out there and saying, let's get our kids vaccinated. The ones that are 12 and up that are eligible, let's do it. Let's do whatever we have to make it as easy as possible for them to get vaccinated. I'll say, here's my Vax card. I'm Vax, Doug and Christy Jordan. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to be out there promoting this as much as I can, because I feel very strongly about it. It's really important that we do as much as we can to get our kids vaccinated, because it is potentially going to be the only thing that gets us to normal again. And I don't know that we'll ever get back to normal as it was before, but to the best possible normal that we can have. So with that, I just want to say thank you, Ashley. I think your comments were well taken. And I think everybody here in the district office and at the board have heard you, and things will be considered. So I also want to mention that I heard a lot about, about vacancies in the classrooms, vacancies for classified staff, and a hard time finding subs and so forth. I've been hearing that everywhere I go and whoever I talk to. I want everybody also to consider that we have vacancies in the district office as well. So,
all in HR.
We have, right, right. So I'm just asking everybody to give each other a little bit of grace and take a deep breath, because not only are you overworked at your site, you're also overworked here in the district office as well. And so I get that, I totally understand, and I certainly hope that everybody out there listening right now can take a deep breath and say, okay, we get it, we understand, we're going to try to do the best that we can with what we have at the moment, and it's going to be hard. And that's just the unfortunate truth. We're going to try to make this, happen as soon as possible, but, there's not a lot we can do. So one thing that I did want to say is I've talked to a couple of administrators at the site level, and they've been the ones that have been doing the contact tracing, as well as having to step in and teach classes because we have, teachers out and substitute in classified roles because we just don't have those sub roles. So I just want to say thank you to our administrators at the site level because they really are going above and beyond. And they're stretched super thin and they're getting to a breaking point. So we need to support them in any way we can. And if that means hiring extra help to do confidential work like contact tracing, maybe we look at that, find a way, even if it's, temporary help that's there 5 days, 1 or 3 days a week, whatever it is, to give them a little bit of reprieve. If we can do something like that, I think it would be beneficial just to give them a little chance to do their actual job, right? So something to consider. Let's see. Oh, and I'm just going to end on the testing program because we talked about this on Tuesday a little bit with Dr. Sison. Testing program with athletics. I believe we've received an executive summary. I look forward to having that discussion, hopefully brought up at either our next board meeting or before. I would prefer that we implement something before it gets too late into the season. We've already had a football game, right? We've already had tennis matches. We've already had other sporting events where we have played against other schools. We've had practices. And that's actually what I'm most concerned about is practices. I would like to see us have some kind of testing program in place as soon as humanly possible. I mean, I would leave it up to the district to implement, but if you say that you're ready to go forward with something, get it out to us as soon as possible with what you think is finalized and let us know. Because I think testing in athletics is what's going to keep us safe. So it's the only thing that I think we can do effectively. I mean, I'm not going to full out and say, let's vaccinate all of our student athletes, but I'm not beyond that point either. And I'll just say it, it is important. And, a lot of colleges are getting to that point now where they're going to mandate vaccinations of the student athletes. So I just want us to start thinking about that.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. I do want to acknowledge Mr. Langford's commitment to our sports teams over the decades. And I did say decades, and I want to acknowledge that. And I'm sorry that wasn't acknowledged before. A lot of things get with COVID and whatnot, but I do want to, the community knows his voice. And I know that we don't always have to agree on a lot of things, but I do want to acknowledge his service and commitment to this community and the sports and the athletics of Washington Unified School District. So if I could say on behalf of the district, appreciate that. And really that was something that I know touched a lot of community members, and I'm grateful for just your honest commitment to it. So on that. And then Ashley, I know, make it a 5th board member. Yes, I do want to do attendance, but I just didn't want to overkill. And the superintendent. So that would make 6 people.
6 people, right?
Now naming your name. So a masquerade attendance. But on that note, I just didn't want to end tonight without acknowledging Mr. Langford's service to us.
And I will back that up and second your comments. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, absolutely, Larry. Thank you so much for all the time that you served calling our games. You've done a phenomenal job. And I just really want to thank you for, all the years and all the athletes that you've seen come and go and had the opportunity to call. Just thank you so much for your time. And with that, I'm going to say I'm done. So we'll move to future board agenda items. S1, revisit dress code to be determined. S2, policies resolution to support transgender students to be determined. S3, finalize 2021-22 board governance calendar and board self-evaluation to be determined. S4, policy subcommittee board meeting to be determined. And with that, is there any final comments, Superintendent Hildreth?
Yes, and just want to give an update to the board that the policy committee has finalized a date. So September 8th
Okay.
is when that committee will be meeting to discuss the dress code, the equity, and the LGBTQ policies that we have been talking about. So we're looking forward to those meetings and being able to provide an update to the board. Also, for a future board agenda item, I would like to add under for the next board meeting, governance. We had talked about our next equity governance workshop at our previous meetings, and we had to finalize a date. So I think we have one, and I'll be able to share that with trustees at our next meeting.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Hildreth. And anyone else that's in the room? Seeing and hearing none? Oh, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
I would like an update, especially as we think about this year doing our strategic plan, to make sure that we all have a common understanding of where we are with VAPA, because there were changes made, of course, from the wheel to what we're doing now. And I think that would be helpful for us to have a good understanding of what VAPA looks like right now. And then as we move into strategic plan process, being able to understand that.
Great. Is there any other future board agenda items? No? Okay. And with that, Dr. Hildreth, the agenda is clear and we are adjourned.